On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 45, 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, having not voted in the affirmative, means the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The leader.
Mr. President, I enter a motion to reconsider.
The motion is entered.
Mr. President.
The minority leader.
I enter a motion to reconsider the failed cloture vote on the motion to proceed to calendar 167-2882.
The motion is entered.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Mr. President?
Senator from Alaska is recognized.
Mr. President, I move to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to H.J. Res. 106.
The question is on the motion.
As for the yeas and nays,
Is there a sufficient second? It appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Yes.
Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Badia, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Sullivan, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Booker, Cantwell, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Murray, Padilla, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye.
And I agreed to go in with it.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Ossoff, No. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Reed, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 47. The vote is agreed to. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
HJ Res 106, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 and so forth.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're now 9 days into the government shutdown, and the disruption of the shutdown is being felt by many Americans, and particularly in what I want to talk about is the many Americans who are traveling or working in the aviation industry. Government shutdowns are detrimental to some of our most basic functions of government, and our already fragile air traffic control system is facing strain from this occurrence. We're reminded how fragile our air system is by the facts of what occurred on January the 29th, when a flight from Kansas to Washington, D.C. claimed 67 lives. Mr. President, I ask for order. Thank you, Mr. President. We're reminded how fragile our air system is, how fragile our air safety system is, by what happened on January the 29th when a flight from Wichita, Kansas did not land safely at Washington Reagan, and it claimed the lives of 67 people. Over the time that I've been in Congress, we've had a number of shutdowns, and in many instances, even Kansans told me, shut her down, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. I've never found the value in a government shutdown. That accident that I just mentioned forced Congress and our nation to reckon with an issue that's plagued us for decades. Why have we not effectively modernized our airspace system? Since that crash, steps have been taken to train more controllers and enhance the aviation system, including $12.5 billion investment in modernizing our airspace. But those efforts become much more difficult while Congress fails to keep government operating, and the shutdown is in place. The Wall Street Journal just this week aptly summed up the current crisis, stating, we quote, have a system under pressure and now just another 100 pounds of weight on it. The failure to pass a continuing resolution is slowing, and it's slowly crushing our aviation system. Our system is too fragile and the stakes are too high for us to continue operating the national aviation system in the manner we are doing so. We will reach a breaking point, and this could result in the closing of our airspace or portions of it. The consequences of the shutdown on our aviation system aren't isolated to major cities and large airports. The viability of the Essential Air Service program is also now put at risk. This program incentivizes airlines to provide commercial flights to rural communities that normally wouldn't be able to attract business from major airlines on their own. In Kansas, there are 5 such airports who use this program to provide flights to their communities. These flights allow my constituents to fly to larger cities for business, to see the family, to make doctor's appointments, and so many other things. Several of these airports have seen and continue to see record levels of passenger growth. All these factors are chipping away at the sustainability and safety of our nation's aviation system. In the previous Congress, I introduced the Aviation Funding Stability Act, which allows the FAA to draw from Airport and Airway Trust Fund to make certain that critical operations can continue when there's an appropriation lapse. In March of this year, I reintroduced this bill as we face this threat of a shutdown, and this legislation is still important. But the fact is, the only real solution here is to pass the continuing resolution. We set out earlier this year in a bipartisan manner to transform our aviation system and to make it safer for everyone, but that work is now significantly hindered without an open and functioning government. The Senate Appropriations Subcommittee, on which I'm a member, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee, has done its job. I join my colleagues in advancing the FY 2026 funding bill for the Department of Transportation, but including all the aviation matters at the FAA and otherwise. We did that in July. It included more than $22 billion for the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, with $5 billion for the FAA's Facilities and Equipment account, critically funding modernizing outdated equipment in our national airspace. This legislation also included funding to hire 2,500 air traffic controllers to close the gap in our workforce. Every day we remain in a shutdown, the air traffic controller shortage gets worse and the strain on the aviation system intensifies. Our system has a breaking point, and I hope that this dysfunction that we are undergoing, I hope it stops before we see dramatic and damaging consequences. Mr. President, my point is that the continuing resolution is standing in the way of the appropriations process. We have a majority leader who is willing to bring appropriation bills to the floor. They deserve the Senate consideration of those appropriation bills. The challenge we faced was getting them done by the end of the fiscal year, and therefore we put in place a continuing resolution till a date in later November. This is a straightforward continuing resolution to give us the time to complete the appropriations process, including the money for the Transportation Department and the safety components that are included therein. My second point is that a continuing resolution is necessary to avoid a shutdown. And that point is that the shutdown is damaging it to us in many ways, to our nation. It's broadly damaging to us because it allows those who are critics, those who are adversaries, to realize that we're not as capable of functioning as we should be, and even our allies wonder what's going on in the United States. The point I want to make, there are consequences to the position we are allowed ourselves to get in, and it affects the safety of Americans every day. And having experienced the loss of life from the flight on January 29th from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C., we should be doing everything we can to make certain that our air traffic system and the necessary components are in place to make sure that the traveling American citizens and the citizens of the world who use our airline system have a safe and secure flight when they board a plane in the United States. And the silliness of where we are today is impeding our ability to make that true. I don't know when a shutdown makes sense, but the consequences of this one, a short-term clean CR for a few more weeks to complete our appropriation works, a shutdown makes absolutely no sense for the benefit of America. I urge my Democratic colleagues to act now to pass this short-term continuing resolution so we can alleviate the pressures on our aviation system, return to doing our jobs and appropriating government funding, and provide much-needed certainty and stability for our nation. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are just over a week into Republicans' shutdown and just over 3 weeks from open enrollment, when massive premium hikes become a stone-cold reality for our families. And yet Republican leaders refuse to sit down and talk with us about addressing both of those challenges. President Trump and Russ Vought are just gleefully plotting how we can make this shutdown as painful as possible. House Republicans are not even here for the 3rd week in a row, and Leader Thune has refused to do anything other than vote on the same failed partisan CR over and over and over. The clock is ticking. Republicans would rather sit on their hands than sit down at the table. When we asked to talk about health care, the only word that the Republican leader seems to know is later. Excuse me, but why shouldn't we address this challenge any earlier? The Republican leader bent over backwards to shovel new tax cuts at billionaires earlier this year. He did not tell CEOs to wait when it came to Republican tax breaks that expire at the end of this year. Why is he telling families now to wait, when rates are being set now, when price announcements will be in the mail any day now, and when open enrollment is right around the corner? Why do Republicans want to wait until higher rates are locked in and families are priced out of health care? We have to tackle this before those rates are locked. I have been warning for months about what this will mean for Washington State and for our country. Maybe the Republican leader needs to hear about what this means for his constituents. In South Dakota, there are 50,000 people who rely on the health care tax credits to get their health coverage. On average, those South Dakota families will see their premiums more than triple if Republicans refuse to save the tax credits. These are hardworking families, including many farmers. And that's not just a challenge in South Dakota. Over a quarter of farmers in our country are covered through those exchanges. Do any of my colleagues think we should do nothing while farmers lose their health care? Do any of my colleagues want to stand by while families across the country see their premiums double? You know, we have common ground here, but that doesn't do any good when Republicans outright refuse, to come to the table and negotiate. It doesn't do a lot of good when House Republicans are out on vacation for the 3rd week in a row. You know, this clock has been ticking all year long, and the time to avoid those massive premiums is just about up. There is no waiting, there is no later. You can either start talking with us now to reopen the government and act to stop premium hikes before the open enrollment, or you can talk to your constituents about why you decided to sit on your hands and do diddly squat as their premiums went through the roof. The choice is yours. Democrats are here. We are still at the table. We have always been here. We have never left, and we are ready today, to work out a serious deal to address the health care crisis and reopen the government. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President.
Recognize the senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, right now, Republicans control...
We're in a quorum call.
Pardon, we're in a quorum
Quorum
call? I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection?
Okay. Mr. President, right now, Republicans control the White House, the House, and the Senate. In other words, Republicans control the federal government. Since day one of the Trump regime, they have used that control to sow chaos and attack programs and services that the American people rely upon. Here are but two examples. Earlier this year, Trump tried to shut down Social Security offices across the country, making it much harder for recipients of Social Security benefits to call Social Security, find out the information they needed, and to access their benefits. So Social Security reversed course on this, I call it lame brain idea, to close some of the offices when they responded to the huge hue and cry from people who said that that is not something that should be happening to the Social Security recipients. Another example, this regime slashed the Department of Education, firing more than half of the federal education department's staff as part of an all-out assault on the federal support for public education in our country. Now, if President Trump had his way, he would just get rid of the Federal Department of Education altogether, but since only Congress can do that, they did things like firing half of the staff. So now they're coming after programs millions of Americans rely on for their health care. Republicans created this health care crisis when they passed their big, ugly bill, which guts Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, among other programs. At the same time, Donald Trump zeroed out funding for research into diseases such as cancer. And when you're talking about research on children's cancer, you know, to cut out funding for that kind of research is more than mean. So he also cut out funding for research in diabetes and Alzheimer's. So halting studies that could unlock major breakthroughs and literally save lives. Unsurprisingly, the majorities of Americans oppose what this regime is doing regarding health care. So Republicans know their position is indefensible, which is why they're resorting to lies and excuses, lies that get more desperate by the day. They're lying because they don't want the American people to know the truth. And what is that truth? The truth is that Republicans are happy to make permanent massive tax cuts for billionaires in their big, ugly bill, but refused to make permanent tax credits hardworking families rely on to get their health care. Misplaced priorities are nothing new for Republicans. I was in the House when we passed the Affordable Care Act, the ACA, which expanded health care to more than 20 million Americans who up to that point did not even have health care. I was also here in the Senate as Republicans tried over and over again to repeal the ACA and kick those millions of Americans off their health care. It's rich that these same Republicans who crusaded for years to get rid of the ACA now stand before the American people talking about how much they care about their health care. Why should the American people believe these lies as they are, even as we speak, getting notices of the huge increases in their health care costs? American people don't believe the Republican lies. They see right through them. So meanwhile, the Republicans, unwilling to do what the American people want, now claim that, well, expanding these credits isn't urgent, that we can do this a few months from now. We don't have to do it now. There is no sense of urgency. Another lie. Mr. President, time is of the essence. Open enrollment under the ACA starts in just a few weeks, and because of Republicans' refusal to act, I repeat, people across the country are getting notices saying, here's what your ACA premiums are going to cost you. And the figures are astounding. Without an extension of these credits, average out-of-pocket premium costs for a family of 4 in Hawaii are expected to increase from $10,000 to more than $16,000 a year, an increase of more than $6,000 or $500 a month. Well, maybe in Trump's world, $500 isn't much, but to everybody else, that is a lot. You know, billionaires may not care that millions of people in our country are getting these notices about their increase in health care, but the rest of us do. And for so many families, these huge increases could well break the bank. Let's face it, this is not a red state or blue state issue. Hardworking Americans in every state across the country rely on the ACA for health care coverage. And they're all about to see their costs skyrocket. In Speaker Johnson's home state of Louisiana, where nearly 300,000 people, his constituents, get their health care through the ACA, a family of 4 in Louisiana can expect to see their premiums increase by more than $9,000 a year. In South Dakota, Senate Leader Thune's home state, out-of-pocket costs for a family of 4 will increase by more than $13,000 a year. Think about that. Without action, Leader Thune's constituents will be paying $13,000 more than last year for the very same coverage and same benefits. Nationwide, it is estimated that healthcare premiums will more than double for hardworking families. Make no mistake, plenty of families won't be able to afford these significant hikes and will be forced to go without healthcare, all because Republicans refuse to act. Working families are awakening to this healthcare crisis because, and I repeat, they are getting their increased notices even as we speak. And they know who's responsible. It's the Republicans with their big, ugly bill. Mr. President, Trump returned to office promising to lower costs on day one. Yet another lie. Not happening. More than 250 days later, Americans are facing the fallout from this regime's reckless economic policies, including the disastrous tariffs that are decimating small businesses. So instead of actually doing anything to lower costs for our hardworking families, the Republicans have shut down the government because they really don't care that families have to pay so much more for health care, and many of them, millions of them, are going to drop health care because they will not be able to afford these increases. So under the Trump regime, Americans are poor because notice that costs are not going down, and they are about to get sicker when they no longer can afford the health care that was provided through the ACA tax credits. Democrats, on the other hand, know that the health and welfare and well-being of the American people are worth fighting for, that keeping the government running shouldn't come at the cost of America's health care. I mean, talk about what I would call a completely stupid choice. It's not even a choice. We should keep government running, but if the Republicans are so intent on giving permanent tax breaks to the billionaires, they should give the permanent tax credits to the millions of Americans who need and deserve this health care. So frankly, Republicans can end the government shutdown today if they agree to restore health care to the American people. And until then, Democrats are going to keep fighting to protect Americans' health care, reopen the government, and hold this regime accountable for the harm that they are inflicting on this country every single day. Mr. President, I yield back.
senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, one of the proudest moments of my life was the first time I ever laced up my boots, put on my uniform, and raised my right hand to swear my oath to the Constitution as a member of the Illinois Army National Guard. And I cherished every day that I got to wake up and call myself a soldier. And it's because I love our military so deeply that I refuse to let a 5-time draft-dodging coward abuse it for his own personal gain. At Quantico last week, Trump told our top military leaders that he wants American service members to train against the same citizens they swear an oath to protect. Last month, he essentially declared war on Chicago, one of the largest cities in the country that he leads, with a meme from a Vietnam War movie about the loss of humanity when military action is unchecked by ethics or the laws of war. And this week, he made good on his threats, forcing hundreds of National Guardsmen into our city against the will of the people of Illinois or its legally elected representatives. For months, Trump has fabricated claims of chaos and crime on American streets to justify false claims that there is a need to deploy troops into our cities against local officials' wishes. First to LA, then DC, and he isn't stopping there. He's also attempting to deploy troops to Portland, though a federal judge he appointed blocked his efforts there twice because in his own handpicked appointees' words, Trump's claims about why they are needed were untethered to facts. Another way to put that is that he is lying. In the last few weeks in Chicago, we've seen Trump's agents detain innocent Americans, deny citizens their right to legal representation, point weapons at civilians, zip-tie children, arrest elected officials, ransack apartment buildings, injure journalists, and shoot a priest in the head with pepper balls for the so-called crime of peacefully praying for nonviolence. They've even shot 2 people, leaving one, a father of 2 young children, dead, making dubious and unsubstantiated claims in their attempt to justify their use of lethal force. It's obvious what Trump is doing. He's targeting and punishing the cities who dare push back against his abuse of power. And while he's currently targeting blue cities with his lies, if these deployments are not stopped, there will be nothing to stop him or any future president from doing this to anyone, anywhere, for any made-up reason that is also untethered to reality. So let's be clear. Ordering our troops to intimidate Americans in their own communities doesn't make our nation safer. Policing Americans in their own communities is not the National Guard's job. They can't make arrests, and they're not adequately trained to carry out police duties in urban environments. These deployments are yet another Trump move straight out of the Authoritarian 101 textbook. They further jeopardize civil rights while distracting our troops from executing their core mission of keeping Americans safe from the real adversaries who wish us harm. We know that Trump's actions are not about law and order, because if he cared about law and order, he wouldn't gleefully refuse to coordinate with state and local officials. He wouldn't have literally defunded our police by freezing and slashing federal dollars that help hire, train, and equip law enforcement. He wouldn't be diverting federal resources and agents away from operations that investigate drug cartels and gun traffickers, from missions that identify and disrupt foreign terrorist plots, and from actions that protect our families from cyber attacks to do it. But he is. And instead of supporting and expanding proven violence crime prevention strategies, he's wasting millions of taxpayer dollars to terrorize law-abiding citizens who are exercising their First Amendment rights. Trump is taking our troops away from their missions just to do his personal bidding, forcing them to confront peacefully protesting Americans instead of using their time preparing to protect our nation in case of future conflicts with America's adversaries around the world. Our troops didn't sign up for this. They signed up to defend Americans' rights to free speech, not to intimidate Americans from exercising that right. Our troops were willing to die to defend this country, not to defend one man's ego. Los Angeles did not ask for this. Washington, D.C. did not ask for this. Portland did not ask for this. Chicago did not ask for this. Our service members do not deserve this. I'm relieved to announce that just moments ago, I secured a Senate hearing in the coming weeks with witnesses from the Trump administration where I will ask tough questions and demand answers on these unjustifiable actions. Because I refuse to stay silent as our military and our service members' sacrifices are disrespected and abused by a man who was never brave enough to serve himself. I cannot let him keep giving our troops the middle finger while eroding the hard-won trust and confidence they've earned from the American public over generations of military service. These days, I may no longer be wearing my Army uniform, but it still hangs proudly in my Senate office. And now I spend a lot of my time seated on the Senate floor rather than beneath my Blackhawks main rotors. But my core mission is still the same as when I was in the National Guard, to keep America as strong and as safe as she should be, if only Donald Trump cared about doing the same. With that, I yield the floor and recognize my colleague, the senior senator from the great state of Illinois.
Mr. President,
Democrat Whip.
I want to thank my colleague from Illinois, Senator Duckworth, for inviting me to join her on the floor to discuss what's happening in our state. And before I do, I want to make sure it is well known for those who are following this debate to explain how she became my Senate colleague. There was a day some 20 years ago when I was given 2 tickets to the presidential State of the Union address. And my staff asked me if there was any particular guest I'd like to invite. I said, no, why don't you call out to Walter Reed Military Hospital and see if there's an Illinois veteran who can come and join us. They told me shortly after that they'd found someone who was coming. I didn't know that person. Her name was Tammy Duckworth. She was in full dress uniform when she came into my office. It had been merely a few weeks since her helicopter had been shot down over Iraq, and she'd gone through some terrible surgeries and recovery. But she came into my office with a large smile on her face and her husband, Brian, pushing her wheelchair. That was how we met. She was my guest at the State of the Union address. We became friends. I became the ombudsman for Walter Reed. She had soldiers calling me from all over the United States asking for help, and I didn't regret it one bit. It was an honor to do it. So I worked up the courage to ask her if she would consider running for Congress, and she said to me, I'd have to talk it over with Brian. And I thought, I've got a live one here. She sounds like she's interested, and she was. Her first try for office was not successful for Congress, but she later became head of the Veterans Administration for the state of Illinois, and then ran successfully to serve with me in Congress as a member of the House. When there was a vacancy available for the U.S. Senate seat, I not only encouraged her, but endorsed her and did everything I could to help. I'm honored to have her as my colleague. She's an extraordinary person, has more bravery than any 10 people I know. And she has shown her devotion to this country by serving in the Guard for over 20 years, 23 years? 23 years in the Guard. So when it comes to issues involving the Guard, there's no better expert who's ever served in the United States Senate. Illinois is lucky, America's lucky to have Tammy Duckworth, and I'm lucky to be able to join her today. We're proud of our heritage in the state of Illinois. We call it the land of Lincoln, and I recall an incident that's worth repeating. In 1858, Abraham Lincoln gave a speech in Edwardsville, Illinois. That's downstate near St. Louis. In this speech, he asked, quote, "What constitutes the bulwark of our liberty and independence?" Lincoln emphasized that it was not America's army or the power of our weapons. The founder of the Republican Party, Abraham Lincoln, said that it is, quote, "the preservation of the spirit which prizes liberty as the heritage of all men in all lands everywhere." This is what is responsible for the maintenance of our freedoms. How the Republican Party has changed from those early days. Yesterday, President Trump deployed 500 National Guard troops to our state of Illinois. The president ignored the pleas from elected officials across Illinois that these deployments were unnecessary, unwanted, and a dangerous escalation of a situation the president himself has created. Leaders of the Chamber of Commerce and businesses in our state held a press conference and begged the president, don't send in the troops. You're peddling a message which is not true. It is not unsafe in Illinois. People there are proud to be part of that state. We know we're not perfect. Like every other place, we can be better and safer, but the use of Guard troops from Illinois or even from Texas is totally unnecessary and creates the wrong impression. That message was clear from the business leaders in my state, but President Donald Trump didn't care what they had to say. He wanted to deploy our nation's military to Illinois to spread fear and sow chaos. And in both those efforts, sad to say, he's succeeding. The president has no legal basis for deploying federal troops to Illinois against the wishes of the Illinois governor. There is no rebellion or insurrection happening in our state. Americans have the right under the First Amendment to protest this administration's cruel and misguided immigration policy. There is no room for violence whatsoever in this exchange of information and points of view, but it is part of our constitutional guarantee. And there is no argument, as some of my colleagues claim during our Judiciary Committee markup meeting this morning, that this is anything like the civil rights era of uses of National Guard by multiple presidents to enforce desegregation laws when segregationist governors in the South were defying federal law and court orders. President Dwight David Eisenhower, a general himself, federalized the Arkansas National Guard after the governor outright refused to comply with the law and was preventing the Little Rock Nine from entering previously all-white Central High School, following the Supreme Court's ruling in Brown versus Board of Education. There is no argument, no evidence whatsoever that the governor of Illinois is disobeying any federal law or court order. There is no historical analogy between the situation in the 1970s, 60s rather, and the situation in Illinois today. In fact, the current administration has sued Illinois to attempt to commandeer state and local law, state law, and force Illinois to implement this administration's immigration policies. Courts have repeatedly found that Illinois does not have a responsibility to implement federal immigration laws. There is no statute or provision of the Constitution that allows the president to use the National Guard as props in his political theater or to suppress constitutionally protected dissent against his inhumane immigration crackdown. In addition, the Trump administration has recklessly surged hundreds of federal law enforcement officers who are employing increasingly aggressive tactics against immigrants and their families and those suspected of being immigrants. They have said quite boldly, we are looking for people who look like they're subject to our jurisdiction. They have pulled FBI, DEA, and ATF agents from their assignments to carry out the president's immigration agenda, taking them away from their mission to combat crimes like terrorism, gun violence, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. How does this make America safer? We all know the litany that Donald Trump has repeated over and over again at political rallies and meetings since he was reelected as president. He is trying to stop murderers, rapists, terrorists, criminally insane people, and sexual predators from coming into this country. Look what's happening with this mass deportation effort that he's authored. Over 70% of those who have been detained by ICE so far, over 70%, have no criminal record whatsoever, none whatsoever. This is not about stopping crime. This is about going after immigrants. If the Trump administration truly wanted to help my city of Chicago and our state of Illinois, it wouldn't defy Illinois elected leaders. It would work with us. It would restore the millions of dollars it suspended in crime prevention and public safety grants. How can this president say with a straight face that he wants to reduce crime in our state and cut back the very programs that law enforcement counts on to train and be prepared and be effective in the field in reducing crime? He's chosen to put boots and guns on our street and to call in the military from Texas. At the end of the day, these deployments are about President Trump and Stephen Miller's personal agenda to send troops primarily into blue cities and to deport immigrants without any criminal history at the expense of national security and public safety. Nearly a quarter of all FBI agents, a quarter of them, 1 out of 4, are now focused on immigration. How can this possibly make America safer? And the tactics that are being used by ICE and others in support of the president's mission are outrageous. On Tuesday, September 30th, there was a raid in the middle of the night on an apartment house in South Shore in the city of Chicago. 300 ICE agents flew in Black Hawk helicopters and rappelled down to the roof of an apartment building. It was a scene made for the movies, and that's exactly what it was. They ransacked the apartments of the people living there, crashed down their doors and pulled them out of bed, lined them up in the street. They bound the children with ties, plastic ties like handcuffs, and they decided to make it all a movie production for television and video. It was supposedly to stop drug activities by gangs. No evidence whatsoever has been produced to that. It was a horrible scene. I'm sure these children will never forget as long as they live. Being pulled out of bed in the middle of the night and watching your parents being interrogated, arrested, and detained. That is the idea of this administration of enforcing the law. It just goes too far. Steve Miller, the president's domestic advisor, is the architect of this travesty. For any of you who think that these deployments may not affect you, it's just Illinois' problem, you're wrong. The very act undermines our Constitution and the belief in liberty above all. As President Lincoln warned us in that same speech in Edwardsville, destroy the spirit of liberty and you planted the seeds of despotism at your own doors. While the Guard is in Illinois now, it could be in your state next. It could be your family taken from their homes and their beds in the middle of the night in an indiscriminate raid. Does it sound preposterous? 2200 South Shore apartment building people can tell you it's not preposterous. It's actually what happened. They have tear gas and guns pointed at you for speaking out. Congress must act and speak out against this increasingly authoritarian administration. We are a co-equal branch of government, and it's time we acted like one. I implore my Republican colleagues, I know their loyalty to President Trump, but I implore them to join Senator Duckworth and myself and describe these deployments for what they are: an illegal, immoral power grab by a president determined to consolidate his power and stifle any dissent. If we here in this Senate chamber, fortunate enough to represent the people of this country, will not stand up, then who will? Mr. President, once again, I want to thank my colleague, Senator Duckworth, for calling us down to the Senate floor to raise this issue. She and I are hoping that if the Senate schedule allows, we'll be able to get back to Illinois this weekend and have an opportunity to learn even more about this grave situation. In the meantime, I ask people involved to show courage, to understand that the odds are against them, and the people who are trying to harass them are well armed and can be very serious in what they do. But America's values will prevail over this president and over this situation. And my state of Illinois will return to a situation where it's not being invaded by the Guard of other states. Incidentally, let me close by saying this. I have no animus against the members of the Guard, either in Illinois or in Texas. They are good men and women who put their hands in the air and swore an oath to our Constitution and to serve our country. They are in a situation where they're being used, unfortunately, for a bad circumstance for this president. But we need them, and I continue to look forward to working with them in the future. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, last year I was privileged to lead a bipartisan delegation of 20 of our colleagues to Normandy, celebrating the 80th anniversary of the historic landing there, where American boys, and they were boys, 17 and 18 years old, stormed the beaches of France to liberate Europe. It was one of the most moving experiences of my lifetime, and I believe the presiding officer was there. We were part of a bipartisan group, evenly divided, 10 Republicans and 10 Democrats. And what we heard and saw, I think, will stay with us for a lifetime, particularly from the veterans who remembered that day. They're in their 100-year-old ages of their lives. And after speaking to them, we heard speeches from the President of the United States, of France, leaders of Europe, but what stuck with me was what I heard from the veterans, and one of them said to me, "This was our moment. This was our moment." We walked through the American cemetery, those silent rows of white grave markers, down to the beach, Omaha Beach, where I thought of those 18 and 20-year-old boys jumping out of landing craft with 80 pounds on their backs into 8 feet of water under a hail of machine gun bullets and mortar fire, onto a beach 3 football fields long. 3 football fields long, without any cover. There are no trees, there are no dunes, and the hail of gunfire and mortars kept coming. I think 90% died in the first wave, maybe 80% in the second. They kept going. A third and a fourth wave, storming the cliffs, taking back Europe, and saving democracy. And I kept thinking as I walked on that bleak beach, windswept, waves crashing, that was our moment. I kept thinking about the veteran who said that to me. It was an American moment. And our reason for going to Normandy was to honor those young men who saved democracy. Mr. President, this is our moment. This is our moment to save democracy. I know it sounds like an exaggeration to say that our democracy is now under attack, but it is from adversaries and enemies abroad, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. But we also have to make sure that we safeguard our liberties at home against attack and efforts to undermine them, even if some may feel they are well-meaning. And one of them, and only one of them, is the illegal and unconstitutional use of our military and the deployment of National Guard into American cities to do what local law enforcement, our police, and others, state and local law enforcement, are supposed to do under our scheme of government, where our military protects us from adversaries abroad. And the FBI, the DEA, our state and local police make sure that we are safe at home. For 250 years, the military has defended our great republic without fail. It is the bulwark of our freedom for this nation. It is the hope for millions and millions around the world who yearn for freedom. It is non-political. It remains one of the few institutions the American people still revere. Americans have faith in the military because it is non-political. So what the president is risking by using our military, whether it's the National Guard or active duty Marines or another branch of service, is not only a threat to the individual liberties of people in those cities, but also the credibility and reverence that the American people have for this venerable institution that has protected us from aggression and threats abroad. By pursuing political goals with our young men and women in uniform, he risks recruitment for the military. He risks the respect that our constituents have that enables us to work for full funding and support for our military, embodied by the National Defense Authorization Act that we will consider hopefully just within a few hours. When the Armed Services Committee considers the National Defense Authorization Act, the votes at the end are almost always near unanimous. In fact, in my 15 years on that committee, they have been near unanimous every year, and we vote on it in a timely way to make sure that we show support for this necessary institution. The risk to our military, as well as to our individual rights and liberties, are what prompted me to introduce the Insurrection Act of 2024. We all know that the Insurrection Act has a long history. It was written over 200 years ago in the aftermath of the Whiskey Rebellion and the Battle of Wabash. In those instances, probably not at the tip of the tongue of most of us, the forces of law enforcement were limited and poorly equipped. They were barely existent. Local police, virtually no state had its own police. And so there was a need for potential use of the military in those instances. But even then, use of the military was limited under the original Insurrection Act because Americans feared a permanent standing police doing local law enforcement. I drafted this legislation in an effort to amend that outdated law, which gives the president enormous, unchecked powers to deploy the military to quell domestic rebellion. Now, the lack of defining terms, the absence of real accountability, the vagueness of that statute are the reason why we now need reform. Limits were imposed, but the limits are filled with loopholes, practical gaps that fail to check the president's power. The problems the act was designed to address are no longer commensurate with the dangers it now is creating. I reintroduced this legislation for this Congress, and I thank my colleagues for supporting this effort. The president's actions over the last 8 months demonstrate the need for these urgent reforms and increased congressional oversight. Earlier this week, the President suggested he would invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy more guardsmen in major cities if the courts or governors delayed deployments. So I stand here with my colleagues from Oregon, Illinois, and California, whose constituents are living through this threat. It is now a reality as much as a threat. I warned this body 2 years ago of this reality: unchecked power deployed unconsciously. And I should say that this kind of use of the military poses a tremendous threat to all of our civil liberties, even if we are not from California or Oregon or Illinois. It could happen in Connecticut. And the lack of a factual basis for it is well documented in the district court decision issued by a federal judge days ago, citing the absence of any real need on the ground in real time, with evidence before her court, statements from ICE officers that there was no need. And her findings, which are airtight and persuasive, are the reason why I am here to say the National Guard should not be deployed there. Reliance should be placed on local and state police, and there should be challenges to any deployment in Illinois or California to test whether it is actually needed to preserve order. The National Guard has always been a symbol of hope for communities. We've seen it in Connecticut when disaster has struck, when there are weather catastrophes. The National Guard is in our neighborhoods to help remove downed trees or provide access to homes and to preserve order when local police couldn't do it. But now they are being used to turn the military into the president's personal army. The founders warned of threats to liberty that a standing army would create. It was one of their biggest fears because they had lived through a time when the British had standing army in their neighborhoods, in fact, went into their homes and without permission used their homes and shelters and food. Through the years, through great force of effort at times, the military has remained politically independent. It is under the commander-in-chief, but it is non-political. My bill would protect not only American citizens from executive overreach, but also the military from becoming pawns in any kind of political game. This legislation would create checks and balances, limit the scope of these deployments, authorize extensions via joint resolution, and create a judicial review process. These common sense solutions would amend an outdated law that no longer fully serves the interests of this nation. For the sake of our military and the constituents we represent, I hope my colleagues will support this effort, because this use of the military is part of a larger effort to shift the focus of our national defense to policing the homeland rather than protecting us from threats abroad. We need to provide strong, vibrant, vigorous law enforcement and support local and state or federal policing function. And that is why I've been so upset and angry that this administration has cut funding, hundreds of millions of dollars that aid and train local police, that increase their numbers and provide aid for victims. The programs have been decimated in the Department of Justice and Homeland Security. We need to put our money where our mouth is. This administration needs to support our state and local police, not just in rhetoric, but in reality. And the reality is that there must be reform in the Insurrection Act, not just to protect our citizens and our liberties at this moment, this is our moment, but also the well-being and strength of the American military. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues today in standing up for Americans' basic constitutional rights. Donald Trump has again deployed agents and troops to my... Ask unanimous consent to vacate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Donald Trump has again deployed agents and troops to my hometown of Portland, Oregon, and to other American cities. He announced this authoritarian occupation with orders for federal agents to use, and I quote, full force. Since then, he's deployed federal law enforcement from the Department of Homeland Security, and he's activated 200 Oregon National Guard members over the objection of the governor of Oregon, local leaders in Portland, and local law enforcement. He has tried to deploy an additional 300 troops from California, the National Guard there, and 400 troops from the Texas National Guard, all to my hometown. Colleagues, during this government shutdown, our Guard members will not even be paid for this unnecessary, unwanted deployment. Activating the Oregon National Guard alone is going to cost $10 million and will pull Guard members away from much more important work. If Donald Trump truly wanted to help Oregon or Illinois or California, the money would be better spent cracking down on fentanyl traffickers, ending his tariffs that are gutting small businesses, and holding down health costs. Instead, Donald Trump says U.S. cities like Portland ought to be used as training grounds for the military. I'd say to the Senate, let that one sink in. The President of the United States thinks it's acceptable to use American cities as training grounds for the military. In my view, that's unconscionable. My hometown is a vibrant and peaceful city. It doesn't require any deployment of federal troops or additional federal agents to keep our communities safe. In fact, the federal judge who was appointed by Donald Trump himself has ruled repeatedly against the troop deployment. She said there was no showing that military help is necessary to protect law enforcement or the one federal building for ICE. Portland's police department has said there's no need. for federal agents in our city as well, and that the administration's deployment of ICE agents is making it actually harder for them to do their jobs and keep our city safe. The notion that my hometown is somehow a war zone in need of saving is a fantasy made up by Donald Trump and far-right trolls. Oregonians have taken to social media to show that my community is really peaceful. You see it in our gardens and our vegetable stands. You see it in musicians playing on the sidewalks. My constituents have long engaged in peaceful First Amendment activity. The governor and the mayor of Portland have the appropriate resources to maintain peace and order in our communities. My view is this Trump unilateral action is an abuse of executive authority. He is clearly hoping that he can incite violence and undermine the constitutional balance of power between the federal government and our states. In addition to the judicial ruling in Oregon last month, a federal judge in California ruled that the Trump administration actually violated black-letter law through the deployment of troops to Los Angeles. His Los Angeles deployment violated the Posse Comitatus Act. That explicitly limits the power of the federal government to use the military for domestic purposes. Unfortunately, Mr. President, none of this is new to my hometown. 5 years ago, Portland experienced the consequences of an unnecessary and outrageous federal deployment under Donald Trump's first presidency. In the summer of 2020, the White House unleashed federal agents on Portland. It was like an occupying army, complete with military-grade equipment and violent tactics that were totally unacceptable on American soil. Federal agents shot at Portland residents, tear-gassed families, drove in unmarked vehicles, and grabbed people off the street without an explanation. Federal agents didn't identify themselves. They didn't wear uniforms. They beat up on those who asked them basic questions about their actions. There is no question in my mind that another deployment by this administration is going to result in similar abuses, similar violations of Americans' constitutional rights. Inciting violence is clearly Donald Trump's intent. And I want to make it clear, as Oregon's senior senator, I'm going to continue doing everything to work with my colleagues to fight back against Trump's federal occupation and show America from coast to coast the beauty and the strength of my hometown. I yield the floor, and I note my partner in the Oregon congressional delegation, Mr. President. He and I have teamed up every step of the way and will continue to do so, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
To recognize the senator from Oregon.
I think my colleague from Oregon has laid out the situation very well. An authoritarian president emboldened by a rubber-stamped Congress, emboldened by a deferential Supreme Court, is sending military troops against American citizens who are peacefully protesting in city after city. This is un-American. It's a fundamental violation of the purpose of our military, which is to defend us from foreign powers, not to be a tool in a president's hand to attack people who disagree with his point of view. That happens in countries that don't have a president but have a king, that have a dictator. That's not our tradition here. Our whole entire Constitution is about government by and for the people, not by and for a man at the top of the executive branch using military against his own citizens. By law, federalizing National Guard is quite limited. It can only be done unless it's done in partnership with the governor, if there is an invasion or if there is a rebellion. At the time these laws were written, it was well understood exactly what those are. An invasion, just what you picture. A military force on our border, about to cross that border and attack the United States of America, or they've already crossed the border. That's an invasion. A rebellion. A rebellion, a large group, well organized, well weaponized, that is trying to overturn the government of the United States of America. At the very start of our republic, there was a rebellion called the Shays Rebellion. A whole group in the northeastern part of our country were very upset about the challenges they were facing as farmers. They got organized, and they had weapons, and they were shutting down the courts that were doing foreclosures on their farms, and they were seeking access to a federal armory. Shays Rebellion, large group, well organized, weaponized, trying to overturn the government. The last time we saw a rebellion in the United States of America was when President Trump, in his first term, organized a mob to attack this Capitol to prevent the votes from being counted in the Electoral College. That would meet the test of a rebellion. But peaceful protesters holding signs of concern about the policies of this president or the actions of one of his agencies, that's freedom of speech. That's freedom of assembly. That goes to the core of who we are as Americans. Well, obviously, there's nothing approaching an invasion or a rebellion in the city of Portland. Senator Wyden and I were outside of ICE a couple weekends ago. I saw 3 women in a group holding a couple signs. Right now, there is a group called Pause for Peace who are getting together with puppy dogs, and the pause is PAWS. Creative, Portland-style protesting, saying they're not happy with the administration. I don't think a bunch of folks holding their puppy dogs constitutes a well-organized, well-armed group trying to overthrow the government. And then there's another group that's called Pastries and Pajamas. And they're out there in the morning handing out pastries to people. They're in their pajamas, encouraging peaceful protesting. They may disagree with the administration, but what they're exercising is as American as an apple pie or an apple pie pastry, making their voice known. But Trump decided he wanted to create a riot in Portland. Why does he want to create a riot in Portland? Because he wants a violent encounter in order to justify putting the military into our cities. In other words, put the military into the cities to create a riot and then use that as a justification for the military being in the cities. That is extraordinary risk to our republic. That is an extraordinary risk to people, a government of, by, and for the people. And not just in Portland, but in LA, in DC, in Chicago. What the instructions appear to be to his federal agents is to provoke violence by attacking peaceful protesters. The Oregonian, the major newspaper in our state, did a report in which they said their staff witnessed the federal agents attacking peaceful protesters. I thought that was a very unusual article. It wasn't the newspaper reporter saying people present at the protest alleged that the federal agents attacked peaceful protesters. No, it said our staff witnessed this. And then there's Oregon Public Broadcasting. Oregon Public Broadcasting was down there with videographers, and what they witnessed was this. the federal agents asked the protesters to move back several blocks, and they did. And there was no conflict between the protesters and the federal agents. Behind this line of federal agents were videographers. Why were the videographers right behind the line of federal agents? Well, very interesting thing happened. After the protesters moved back not just 1 block or 2 blocks, but 3 blocks, and the federal agents have a line across the street with the videographers right behind it, upon command, the federal agents threw down tear gas. They threw down these bang snap devices that sound like gunfire going off, flashbangs they're called, light and sound, sounds like gunfire, and pepper balls. And of course, you suddenly have a cloud of smoke. You're hearing gunfire, what sounds like gunfire, and people are retreating from the tear gas. And they were taking videos of that, trying to say they were disrupting a riot. They were dispelling a riot. This is like Wag the Dog, where a totally artificial war is reported. Only in that case, it's happening overseas. This is the first time that I know of in American history that a president has staged a fake riot to try to convince the courts or one of his news stations that serve him so well that something is there that isn't there, that a riot is there when it's not there. Any true-blooded patriot of the United States of America should be terrified that we have a government faking a riot to try to be able to justify sending troops into our cities. That's what we face right now. This picture to my right, this was witnessed by the news media. They put this up, and you had a woman who was talking to 2 officers. She had not disobeyed any command they had given her, or there was no physical confrontation. A 3rd agent walks up holding pepper spray in his hand, and after a few seconds, fully unleashes it straight into her face and to the man standing next to her. That's the type of assault from these federal agents occurring on peaceful protesters, recorded by the news media and reported, not something from some bystander who happened to put the scene up on TikTok, who didn't witness the entire thing or understand what was happening, but from the major news media. And here's a case in Chicago. A pastor, in the traditional motion of praying and blessing, is standing outside the building by himself, no obvious resistance to any kind of command, and he is shot in the head from agents on top of the building. He reports that he was hit twice in the head and I think 5 times on the body. Wow. These folks unleashing rapid-fire attack, apparently with pepper balls, or as he described it, some kind of ammo that releases some kind of chemical. Taken right down to the street by this attack. For praying, attack by federal agents on a pastor praying in front of a building. This is an extraordinarily dangerous moment in which an authoritarian president is proceeding to attack due process, to attack freedom of speech, to attack freedom of the press, to weaponize the Department of Justice, using it against those who disagree with him, and then seeking to get the court's permission to send the military into the streets to attack people who are peacefully protesting who disagree with him. We are at the moment right now where we're awaiting a decision from a panel of 3 judges in the Ninth Circuit. The district judge who adjudicated the effort by Trump to federalize the Oregon National Guard said there's nothing close to rebellion, there's nothing close to an invasion, so the standard is not met. And then President Trump said, I'm going to send the federalized force from California and Texas to Oregon. And in fact, I gather 100 agents arrived from California. And the same judge said the same standard applies. There would, regardless of what happened that federalized those folks in California or Texas, the question is there a rebellion or invasion in Oregon? And there is not. And so she put a temporary stay on it. The Ninth Circuit said, we're going to take a look at this, so we're just going to freeze things in place. And those Oregon National Guard and those 100 from California are going to stay at a training ground until they make their ruling. Their ruling, they held a hearing today, maybe tomorrow, maybe days from now, we don't know. And of course, that will be appealed to the Supreme Court. And there are legal scholars who are saying, here's the challenge. Although there's an objective standard in the law, we have a Supreme Court that has already invented things that are not in the Constitution, interpreted things in a way that they were totally different from the way they were considered at the time the law was written. So the Supreme Court may say, in spite of the fact that there is an objective standard for federalizing National Guard, the Supreme Court may say, we're simply deferring to the president. Are you kidding me? This is a fundamental issue in the United States of America, that the military not be used against American citizens. There's a standard in the law. So Supreme Court, wake up. Do your job in the framework of the Constitution and in the framework of the laws that were passed. Quit inventing things to create an authoritarian state. Why am I so worried that our Supreme Court has gone so far off track? Because last year they found invisible ink in the Constitution. They had a case, Trump versus the United States of America. And in that case, the question was, is the president above the law? Is the president immune from any potential criminal prosecution for acts that he deems acts of the government? And I thought, well, absolutely not, of course. Our founders were terrified that a president would become a king. If they wanted the president immune from prosecution, they could have put that in the Constitution. Can you find that in the Constitution? Can any of my colleagues on the left side of the aisle or the right side of the aisle show me that in the Constitution? It's not there, because our founders were that worried about a president becoming a king. So they did not give the president immunity from prosecution. But the Supreme Court did, because they thought that's too big a burden for the president to bear. They thought, in our judgment, we think it's a good idea to give the president protection so he doesn't have to stay up late at night worrying whether he's creating a crime or not. Well, let me tell you, the Constitution says policy is written here in the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives down the hall. And that becomes policy when the president signs it. Policy is not the purview of the Supreme Court of the United States. They're supposed to be defending the Constitution. The officer, or the pastor, said, it was clear to me that the officers were aiming for my head. Shot 7 times with pepper balls in the face and arms and torso, without warning. A Presbyterian pastor. That's what our country is coming to, an assault on anyone who stands up and exercises freedom to share their opinion. Aren't there 100 senators here who stand for freedom? Why is there not one senator across the aisle standing for freedom here on the floor of the Senate today? Not one. Why? Why is there not one senator standing up and saying there's no clause in the Constitution that makes the president a king, immune from prosecution for crimes committed under the law? Why is there not one senator across the aisle saying we will not stand for the attack on due process, the attack on freedom of speech? I assure you, if there was a president saying to Fox News, you have to take a program off the air that president doesn't like, every senator across the aisle would be standing up and saying that's a breach of freedom of speech. I'd be standing up and saying the same thing, just as I am now, because it shouldn't matter whether it's a right-leaning or a left-leaning network. They should be able to put on air what they want. That's what freedom of the press is. So we've seen 9 months of this president making this country sicker and poor. 9 months of personal corruption, selling access to himself through his crypto enterprises. 9 months of covering up the Epstein files that he doesn't want released because his name is in them. 9 months of slashing health care for families to fund tax breaks for billionaires. 9 months of cutting nutrition for children to fund tax breaks for billionaires. A bill passed this body that runs up $30 trillion in additional debt over 30 years to fund tax breaks for the richest Americans. It's a families lose, billionaires win vision, and it's the wrong vision here in a republic where we celebrate government by and for the people. Because in a republic that is exercising appropriately, it would be a families thrive and the affluent and powerful pay their fair share. That's the vision that all of us should be pursuing. The fact that this horrific bill came out and passed, the big, ugly Betrayal of Americans Act, slashing health care in order to fund more riches for the richest among us, that shows you it's not working right. And what's really not working right is that the President of the United States is deploying military forces, hoping to establish that it's okay to do so, that they're okay for them to set orders to go out and attack our cities, to attack peaceful protesters, that he will get a court decision that gives him this power. Colleagues, let's be 100 strong behind the vision of freedom, the vision of rights for Americans, and say, hell no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from California.
Mr. President, I want to take a look at the last 9 months in this country, the first 9 months of this administration, and just how far we have traveled down the road towards dictatorship in 9 months. So let me see if in less than 9 minutes I can summarize 9 months. First, let's look at the president's early attacks on our universities. The president withholding federal funding from universities that are using a curriculum he doesn't like, or employing professors he doesn't want, or unwilling to make changes that sacrifice their academic freedom that suit the ideological predilections of the administration. So an attack on our institutions of higher learning, unprecedented in our history. Some of the first attacks on the freedom of the American people were attacks on our universities. They were, in quick succession, followed by attacks on law firms. That is, the President of the United States telling law firms that you must not represent these unpopular clients, unpopular to the President, because They took action against the president, or they spoke out against the president, or they belonged to the Justice Department when the Justice Department was investigating the president's corruption. So the president has tried to dictate to the legal community who it can defend and who it cannot. Our country, in its founding, our founders underscored the importance of the right of representation, of the right to jury trial, of the right, even for unpopular causes, to have representation. Indeed, John Adams took on one of the most unpopular cases of his time and represented those clients because he wanted to establish the principle in American jurisprudence that everyone is entitled to counsel. But under this administration, that's not true. This administration has attacked law firms and said, you shall not represent these clients, and if you do, we will cut off your access to courthouses, or we will cut off your access to federal contracts or security clearances that you would need to represent your clients. And sadly, as in the case of universities, many law firms crumbled, having given years of lip service, decades of lip service to the idea that everyone is entitled to vigorous representation. They crumbled. But the administration wasn't content to try to silence universities or professors or to silence law firms. The censorship, the intimidation campaign continued. The president using the power of the regulation of the regulatory bodies, of the Federal Communications Commission, to try to silence late-night comedians because they told jokes about the president. So effectively, Paramount, which wanted to merge with Skydance, it is made abundantly clear that merger, that multi-billion-dollar merger, won't go forward unless you pay off the president in his litigation against CBS. Unless you pay the president millions of dollars personally, that merger is not going to go through. And what's more, that pesky late-night comedian Stephen Colbert needs to go. And so Stephen Colbert gets his show canceled. Jimmy Fallon gets his show canceled. His show thankfully brought back. But the administration is using the regulatory power to censor late-night comedians. He's going after the press, the freedom of the press, telling the AP, if you don't use my Gulf of America lexicon instead of the Gulf of Mexico, you're not going to be able to cover certain things at the White House. You're not going to be able to accompany the president on certain trips. He's suing the Wall Street Journal because they're reporting about his contacts with Jeffrey Epstein. He is trying to silence the media, intimidate the media, chill the media, and it's working. You see the Washington Post change their editorial policy. You see the LA Times withhold its editorial in the presidential election. The censorship is working. But it's not just the press. It's not just late-night comedy. It's not just universities. It's not just law firms. The president is telling corporate America, you can't hire this person. Microsoft, you can't hire this person. The threat is if they do, they won't get government contracts. The president is saying to other companies, you want to export your product? You got to give the U.S. government a share. You got to make the U.S. government an equity partner in your company. And if under Bill Clinton, the era of big government was over, the era of big government is back with Donald Trump. A big government that can make decisions about who corporations can do business with and where and what they can export and who they can hire. But it doesn't stop there, of course, because now the president is using the Justice Department to go after his political enemies. This week it's James Comey, next week it will be someone else, and the week after that, who knows? It is a long and growing list of enemies. The president tweeting out who he wants prosecuted, he wants investigated, commanding, dictating vindictive prosecutions almost every day, abusing the department that I once served in for almost 6 years in a way we have never seen before in this country. threatening to take people's liberty away from them if they stand up to the president. And now we have this, what brings us to the floor tonight, and that is the unprecedented use of the military, the U.S. military and our Guard against our own people. You have the president telling a room full of generals and admirals that there is an enemy within, and that enemy is the American people, or at least those American people who didn't vote for him. They are the enemy within. And he's going to go after them, and he wants the military to use those American cities that didn't vote for him as their training grounds. And no sooner is it said than we see helicopters over skies in Chicago, and we see military troops rappelling from Blackhawks, and we see the military being used against our own citizens. We see children shackled, crying for their parents in the middle of the night. We see signs of horror and chaos. We see a president so determined to use the military against our own people that when a governor says, no, you cannot use our National Guard in this lawless way, he commandeers the military anyway. California was the test case. We were the first. Los Angeles was the first. Over the objections of the mayor of Los Angeles, over the objections of the governor of California, the president of the United States commandeered California's National Guard to use against our own people, to increase the risk of violence and disorder. So the president might have a pretext to order in more military troops. Now in California, like most states, we revere our National Guard for what they do for us during good times and hard times, how they protect us from fire and flood, and to abuse the Guard in that way, to try to breach the trust the Guard has with our own citizens, is a calamity. That is gravely damaging the morale of the troops in the Guard, even as it is damaging the trust of the people of the state in their Guard. And now we see this replicated in Portland, this militarization, this attack on American cities. We see this in court in Portland, where the judge, hearing the government's case for the use and misuse of this military force, says that its presentation is untethered to fact, that there is no lawful basis, no factual basis to use the military in this way. And now they're doing the same in Chicago, threatening San Francisco, and if they can't get a state's own National Guard to be used against its own citizens, they are now inviting the Guard from other states like Texas to leave their state with a willing governor to send them to another state. And I was grateful to see the Republican governor of Oklahoma speak out against this terrible abuse of the National Guard, which not only undermines the military readiness of our forces to be abused this way, but is so deliberately divisive that we would have one state now turn against another state. We would have Texas against Illinois, and deploy Texas military in that way, its Guard in that way, was previously unthinkable. It should be unthinkable today. Today it's California, today it's Illinois, today it is Oregon. Where will it be tomorrow? Where does this end? I'll tell you where it ends. It ends in more civil strife. It ends in more morale problems in the military. It ends in a lesser democracy. And if we're here in 9 months, where will we be with 4 years of this? And I'll tell you this, we will not be a democracy. At the pace we are going in 4 years, we will not be a democracy. But today, 9 months into this, it is not too late to put a stop to this. All that it would require is a handful of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to say enough. Enough already. Enough of the attacks on our universities and our press. Enough of the attacks on our cities. Enough of the weaponization of our Department of Justice. enough of the lawlessness. We are going to be senators once again. We are going to assert the power of Congress once again to put an end, to put a stop to this lawlessness. That is all it would take, is a few people of conscience to stand up to this president and say enough. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all the in-block amendments be considered to the Wicker-Reed substitute amendment number 3748.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
And, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Terry Miller, a defense fellow in my office, be granted floor privileges until October the 10th, 2025.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask consent that all time be yielded back.
Without objection. The clerk will read the title of the resolution for the third time.
House Joint Resolution 106, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
Question occurs on the passage of the joint resolution.
Mr. President, I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slatkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Husted, Lankford, Scott of Florida, Thune, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Heinrich, Padilla, Rosen, and Schatz. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Kramer, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Coons? No. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Booker, no.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. McCormick, aye.
Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Banks, Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Hirono, no.
Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Over and over. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 46. The joint resolution is agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask that the Senate execute the order of October 8th in relation to the mascot nomination. And I ask unanimous consent that all subsequent votes be 10 minutes in duration. And I would advise our colleagues that we intend to enforce that.
Without objection, under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the mascot nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination the judiciary, Jennifer Lee Mascot of Delaware, to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit.
The question occurs on the motion. Not nomination. Is there sufficient second? It appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Who? Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Capito, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Marshall, McConnell, Marino, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, and Tuberville. Mr. Banks. Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Durbin, Fetterman, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Miss Smith, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Booker, No. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Tillis, Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ready?
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 47, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and execute the order with respect to calendar number 115 S2296. And I would reiterate that last vote was a 10-minute vote that took 27 minutes. People should stay close to the floor. 10-minute votes, okay? 10-minute votes. So, thank you.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the Senator from Kentucky.
I call up my amendment number 3761 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report by number.
Senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes amendment number 3761 to amendment number 3748.
I ask unanimous consent that the debate be 4 minutes, equally divided.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Federal Reserve pays both foreign and domestic banks to simply park their money in Fed accounts. In other words, to not loan money at all. Over the past 5 years, the Fed's big bank bailout amounts to over $500 billion. This bailout causes the Fed to operate at a loss, which means that the Fed cannot remit profits to the taxpayer as it normally does. According to the economist Judy Shelton, if these payments stopped, banks would buy Treasury securities and it would bring interest rates down. Some people say that this program is a floor to interest rates. My amendment ends these subsidies. Let's end the Fed's big bank bailout. Let's lower interest rates. Please vote for my amendment.
Mr. President.
As Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, during the 2008 financial crisis and the $700 billion bailout for giant banks, the Federal Reserve exploited another authority to shovel money out the back door and into the hands of those giant banks. For the first time ever, the Fed started paying interest on overnight funds that big financial institutions deposit with the Fed. This was a dream come true for those financial giants. No risk and lots of free money printed by the Fed. How much money? $785 billion since 2008. Some of that money could have been used to pay down the national debt or fund tax cuts or whatever Congress wanted. Instead, public money went straight into the pockets of giant banks. And the Fed has a very convoluted argument about why they should be allowed to pay interest, claiming it helps them set interest rates, but no one is fooled. Before 2008, the Fed managed interest rates while paying zero on overnight funds and never had a problem. Let's call this out for what it is, another taxpayer's subsidy for giant banks. If the Fed needs another emergency happens and the Fed needs authority to lend out money like that, make them come to Congress and let's get a vote on it. Last year alone, the banks earned $270 billion in profits. Jamie Dimon made $39 million. Other mega bank CEOs made at least $30 million. The banking industry does not need another subsidy from American taxpayers. This bipartisan proposal would end that subsidy. I urge a yes vote on poll 3761 and understand today's vote is just the start of a bipartisan fight to get this bill signed into law. I yield.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose the Paul amendment. This amendment would remove one of the primary tools used by the Federal Reserve to implement monetary policy. And the Fed used these tools, as been indicated on the floor, with great effectiveness to contain the damage of the financial crisis in 2008 and 2020. In this uncertain economic moment, handcuffing the Fed would be a grave mistake. Unemployment is increasing, inflation has not been tamed, Markets are highly volatile, tariffs are imposed and rescinded, and the Fed is under constant attack, frankly, from the White House. The Fed needs all the tools in its box to prevent a crisis, We cannot wait for another crisis to have Congress respond, because that is essentially telling the Fed we're going in the wrong direction. If they remove these tools, then the Fed could be forced to become a fire sale on Treasury securities and mortgage-backed securities to the tune of trillions of dollars to ensure that they can properly control the system. We have to do what we can to ensure that the Federal Reserve can prevent a crisis, not wait for the crisis. And I urge a no vote.
Mr. President, recognize the senator from Mississippi.
Briefly, a number of members are at their desks and will vote from the desks. I'm told that the majority leader means it when he says we're going to have 10-minute votes. And so I would urge my colleagues, we can have a speedy disposition of all of these important amendments, or we can go into the wee hours. I urge my members to be considerate of others, and I ask for a vote.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Did she? Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Durbin, Fetterman, Graham, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Merkley, Murphy, Paul, Sanders, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Duckworth, Ernst, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kane, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lankford, Lujan, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Ricketts, Rounds, Schatz, Shaheen, Sheehy, Slotkin, Smith, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Hawley, aye.
Yeah, he's counting.
Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Schiff? No.
And 82.
Mr. Van Hollen? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 14, the nays are 83. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Cruz? Yeah, yeah. Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I would call up Amendment 3274 and ask that it be reported by number.
Full report.
The senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, for Mr. Cruz, proposes an amendment number 3274 to amendment number 3748.
Mr. President, this amendment would ensure that there is no gap between the deployment of the B-1 bomber currently housed primarily in South Dakota. This amendment would make sure there is no gap between the deployment of the B-1 bomber currently housed in Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota, Dyess Air Force Base in Texas. No gap. We don't retire this workhorse prematurely until the development and deployment of the B-21 bomber. This is not only has the largest payload of any U.S. aircraft, it is also U.S. Air Force's test bed bomber for hypersonic weapons, making it a supersonic standoff missile truck ready for future conflict. I'd ask all of my colleagues to support it, and we'd be happy to have a voice vote.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would not change the current budget or program of the United States Air Force. The Air Force is already planning to keep the full B-1 fleet longer than 2030, but this will signal the congressional intent to do so, and I would also request a voice vote.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
This is an excellent amendment. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote threshold in relation to the Cruz amendment.
Is there objection? Without objection. The question occurs on the amendment.
Aye.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
You want to move on to Marshall? Shall we move on to Marshall?
Rick Scott.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Florida.
I ask unanimous consent.
Senate will be in order.
2 minutes for each side.
Could you call up your amendment, please?
Okay. I call up Amendment 3535 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Florida, Mr. Scott, proposes an amendment number 3535 to amendment number 3748.
I ask that each side have 2 minutes to discuss it.
Without objection.
Okay. I rise today to offer my amendment, Scott 3535, to bring accountability and transparency to every American, including our brave servicemen and women. For too long, our nation's central bank, under the leadership of Jay Powell, has failed to do its basic duty of providing stability for American families. Jay Powell's Federal Reserve has not only mismanaged the Federal's monetary policy, but has overseen regulatory and bank failures, reports of corruption, unethical practices among its own members, and a flagrant disregard for the best interests of American families. This has all been completely overlooked by their Inspector General because he is handpicked by the Fed chairman, reports to the Fed chairman, and gets paid by the Fed chairman. He sets his salary. It's a clear conflict of interest. We need accountability at the Fed to rebuild the public's trust, and that means bringing in an independent, Senate-confirmed Inspector General at the Federal Reserve. I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan effort to establish an independent Inspector General at the Federal Reserve so we can bring true accountability to the Fed and ensure the central bank is working in America's best interest. I now refer to my colleague, Senator Warren.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I rise to support Senator Scott's bill that would increase oversight of the Federal Reserve. I believe in Fed independence so the Fed can do its work setting interest rates and maximizing employment. But independence does not mean insulation from following the rules, especially ethics rules. For years, the Fed has rebuffed congressional oversight, and for years, Fed officials have been caught up in ethics scandals without any accountability. Unlike virtually every other major federal agency, the Fed hires and fires and sets the salary for its own Inspector General. That means that in 2021, when high-level Fed officials were embroiled in a scandal involving financial trades they made during the COVID pandemic, the Fed's own in-house IG conducted the only investigation and said essentially nothing to see here. Maybe that's right, but the Fed's watchdog should be truly independent and able to call out abuses. I urge a yes vote.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose this amendment. And I'll say there's no argument that we should reform parts of the process for an IG for the Federal Reserve, but this amendment is not that reform that's necessary. What this amendment does, it will increase the political control over an independent central bank by allowing the president to hire and fire the Federal Reserve's independent Inspector General at will. This is part of the administration's attack on the Fed's independence, the independence that's absolutely integral to our economy's success. The president has attempted to illegally remove a governor from her post, threatened to fire the chair of the board.
Order in the Senate, please.
He is doing this to exert political control over the Fed's monetary decisions. No president, current or future, this should also apply to future presidents, should have increased powers to politicize our central bank and their critical monetary policy decisions, whether it's by attempting to take it over through the OMB, manufacturing partisan investigations at the Justice Department, or appointing a political operative as an Inspector General. I would urge my colleagues to vote against increasing presidential power and threatening the independence of the Federal Reserve. We are seeing that now. We cannot further that attempt.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Okay. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lee, Lummis, Markey, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Sanders, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Warren, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Senators voting in the... Mr. Langford, aye. Senators voting... Mr. Mullen, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Collins, Coons, Crapo, Duckworth, Gallego, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, McConnell, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Rounds, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Sheehy, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Schumer, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 43. The 60 vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to. Chair recognizes the senator from Mississippi.
In order be the Curtis Amendment 3697. 3697.
Without objection. Chair recognizes senator from Utah. Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, I call up Amendment 3697 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Utah, Mr. Curtis, proposes amendment number 3697 to amendment number 3748.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that there be up to 2 minutes equally divided.
Senate will be in order. 2 minutes.
2 minutes each side, equally divided.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes senator from Utah.
I rise today in support of my amendment to create a pilot program to address the shortcomings in the locality pay system that are impacting Utah and likely impacting all of you and your military installations and all of your federal employees around this country. The outdated locality pay formula has several flaws in its metrics. In my state, it doesn't take into account blue-collar workers. It doesn't even take into account cost of living. My amendment creates a pilot program for OPM to use Utah's situation as a case study on these pay disparities to improve the formulas for all of us. It's a top priority for Hill Air Force Base and a top priority for me. I suspect in many of your cases it's a priority as well. I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, I would just like to say I'd like to thank my colleague from Utah for raising this incredibly important issue. I have also heard about this issue with federal locality pay in my home state of Michigan. And I don't think this is a problem just in Utah and Michigan. It's in all of our states. However, I have concerns about how this amendment, as drafted, could unintentionally weaken existing safeguards that ensure consistency and competitive salaries across the federal workforce. Opening the door to these kinds of changes in this current environment that we're in right now is particularly concerning. The administration has already frozen locality pay and is reshaping the federal workforce in ways that I certainly do not support. This amendment would give the administration—
Senate will be in order.
This amendment would give the administration too much authority to inflict additional pain on federal employees. I would be happy to work together with my colleague on a bill that provides federal employees with the competitive compensation that they certainly deserve and includes appropriate safeguards to prevent unintended consequences that I know the sponsor of this amendment wants to avoid as well. But I would urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment until we can go through the work necessary. And I have my commitment to do that from my colleague and friend from the Senator of Utah, that we will get this right because it's an issue, it's just not ready today.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Utah.
So,
Senate will be in order.
My thanks to my colleague from Michigan. I think it's clear that we share the objective together. I also want to point out that I do share your concerns, and I'm anxious to work with you. In my perfect world, we would do this in conference, because every day this is not figured out is a day that our troops are not getting the appropriate pay. If that doesn't happen, let's work together. Let's find this common ground between the objective we're trying to accomplish here and the safeguards that you're worried back. I yield my time.
President, yeas and nays?
There a sufficient second?
That's it.
There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hovind. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Curtis, Durbin, Fisher, Graham, Husted, Height-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Welch, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Ernst, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin. No. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye.
Just 4 minutes.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved for the amendment, it is not agreed to. Senator from Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent that the next amendment in order be the Cotton-Gillibrand, number 3759, and I further ask unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote threshold in relation to that amendment.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President, I call up the Gillibrand-Cotton Amendment 3759 and ask it to be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mrs. Gillibrand, for Mr. Cotton, amendment number 3759 to amendment number 3748.
Madam
2
President.
minutes of debate equally divided.
Madam President, I rise in support of amendment number 3759, the Comprehensive Operations for Unmanned System Neutralization and Threat Elimination Response Act, or the Counter Act. This is a common sense amendment to mitigate threats to military facilities from unmanned aircraft systems. Hundreds of drones have been spotted in the vicinity of military installations over the past few years, including military-sensitive sites like Langley Air Force Base. But current laws give the Department of Defense quite limited authority to mitigate these threats, and the patchwork of interagency coordination required to address them leaves gaps that endanger our military bases and the men and women who serve there. This is an alarming threat to our national security. That's why this amendment is so important. It would give the DoD the authority to secure all of its bases, enhancing their protection against unmanned aircraft system incursions. It would also allow the DoD to share information about threats posed by UAS with the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security to improve the interagency mitigation efforts. Additionally, the amendment includes language that protects Americans' privacy and constitutional rights while still meeting the needs of the military to protect our service members and sensitive military sites. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment to strengthen our national security and protect our military facilities.
Madam President.
Senator from Arkansas.
I thank Senator Gillibrand for her work with me on this legislation. I think most Americans, and not a few senators, are shocked when they learn how little defenses our troops have against drones that are approaching their military bases. They really have to wait until an unidentified drone demonstrates hostile intent before they can neutralize the threat. That's not what we would say if a box truck was driving up to a base. We shouldn't have to say it if a drone is approaching a base. Senator Gillibrand cited a lot of recent threats here. This legislation would close the gap in law, simplify military guidance, and make our troops safer. I would urge everyone a yes vote, and I think Senator Gillibrand and I would welcome a voice vote as well.
Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam President,
Senator from Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent that the next amendment in order be the Marshall Amendment, number 3213, and I further ask unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote threshold in relation to that amendment.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, I call my amendment 3213 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Kansas, Mr. Marshall, proposes amendment numbered 3213 to amendment numbered 3748.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, the American flag represents something deeply personal to most of us in this room. Someone from every generation of my family, going back to the Civil War, has served under one flag, the American flag. It's more than stars and stripes. This one flag is a symbol of sacrifice, of freedom, and unity. Every time we place our hands over our hearts, we're reminded that we're one nation under God. We're not a patchwork of ideologies competing for a space on a flagpole. No flag that divides or politicizes should ever be flown on a federal building. This is about respect. It's about unity and putting America first, standing together under one flag, the Stars and Stripes. And that's why I urge my colleagues to support our amendment, ensuring only the American flag is flown on federal buildings.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Marshall's amendment would prohibit any flag other than the U.S. flag from being flown outside or in publicly accessible areas of military installations, public buildings of the United States, American embassies and consulates, and in public areas of congressional office buildings, including hallways. This amendment raises serious constitutional concerns about the right of free expression, but for one example would be a member of Congress could not fly the flag of Israel, for example, unless he or she was being visited by an Israeli ambassador. And that is a constraint, I think, on speech and the rights of the members of Congress as well as others. So I would urge a no vote on this. With respect to specific military installations, in the FY 2024 National Defense Bill, Section 1052 gave the Secretary of Defense discretion to indicate what flags would be appropriate on a military installation. So we've dealt with this issue before and a bipartisan matter. I would urge no vote on Senator Marshall's proposal.
Question on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The amendment fails.
I don't have to visit.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 3814 to substitute amendment 3748 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Kansas, Mr. Moran, proposes amendment numbered 3814 to amendment number 3748.
Madam President, I ask my colleagues to support amendment number 3814 to the NDAA. This amendment would improve collaboration between the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defense to expand access to care for veterans and support greater utilization of military medical treatment facilities. Current law allows DoD to downgrade the scope of a military treatment facility if the facility volume doesn't justify the capacity of patients and if surrounding communities can absorb this capacity. My amendment, which incorporates feedback from DoD and VA, would require improved outreach, education, training, and partnership between the VA and DoD. It would make certain that excess capacity at military medical treatment facilities is used to increase access to care for veterans living in that community, while also providing more training opportunities for DoD personnel.
Who yields time?
I
Senator from
ask
Mississippi.
unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote threshold in relation to the Moran Amendment number 3814.
Without objection.
Voice vote.
No further debate. The question is on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Way to go, Jerry.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, I call up the Lee-Duckworth Amendment, number 3288, and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, proposes for himself and others amendment number 3288 to amendment number 3748.
Madam President, across the country, our guardsmen are on the front lines of our national security. Maybe we have order in the chamber?
Order in the chamber.
We're on the front line of our national security, securing our cities and our border, and most commonly leading natural disaster recovery efforts in our various states. In 2022, over half of the National Guard's members responded to natural disasters, including wildfires, hurricanes, winter storms, tornadoes, and even volcanoes. The National Guard's motto is always ready, always there. Yet there is an unnecessary, bureaucratic hurdle jeopardizing the readiness of Guard assets for future missions. When the National Guard is used in a state active duty status for missions like disaster response, the state may use federal equipment to complete the mission, but must reimburse the Federal National Guard Bureau for the associated expenses. Current law requires those reimbursements to flow through the Treasury Department rather than the Guard unit incurring the expense. Why does this matter? Well, it matters because we need to get rid of this unnecessary step that's harming the states and the Guard. The amendment simply directs reimbursements to the appropriate Guard unit directly, the unit where the asset resides, to ensure its readiness for future missions. If we're going to expect the Guard to be always ready and always there, we must streamline the state active duty reimbursement process and ensure that the Guard is made whole. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment.
Good. Madam President.
Senator from Illinois.
Madam President, this is a bipartisan amendment that deals with a longstanding multi-year issue supported by 49 state adjutant generals. When the National Guard units are mobilized by their governors and paid for by the federal government, our antiquated reimbursement system for reimbursing the National Guard for maintenance of their federal equipment leads to long delays for states to receive the promised funds. This amendment only modernizes our payment system to ensure that the federal government more efficiently reimburses states to ensure federal National Guard equipment that are used for Title 32 or state active duty missions of our Guard, such as responses to natural disasters, can be adequately maintained. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Senator from Mississippi.
Amendment has widespread support. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote threshold in relation to the Lee-Duckworth Amendment number 3288.
Without objection. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I call up the Cornyn and Cortez Masto Amendment 3926 and ask for that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, for himself and others, proposes amendment number 3926 to amendment number 3748.
Madam President, I'd ask unanimous consent that Senator Warren and I be allowed to speak with 2 minutes divided between us, a minute each.
Without objection.
If this amendment sounds familiar, it is. It passed the 118th Congress by a vote of 91 to 6. Simply stated, this is a transparency bill that will give us some insight into the amount of money being invested in the People's Republic of China and the extent to which those investment dollars are directly flowing into the arsenal of our greatest strategic adversary, the People's Republic of China. The U.S.-China Economic and Security Commission noted that the United States is the most important foreign source of investment to semiconductors, quantum computing, and AI in China. Because of China's military fusion strategy, these investments are directly bolstering the People's Liberation Army. A vote for this amendment will provide transparency to us as policymakers to know where the money is going and how it's being used in China, hopefully in a way we can protect ourselves and protect our interests in the Indo-Pacific.
Madam President,
Senator from Massachusetts.
we have a responsibility to ensure that the United States remains the world's leader in advanced technology. There is broad bipartisan agreement that we should be developing the most sensitive, cutting-edge technologies right here at home, rather than funding their development in countries that do not share our values. This amendment would advance that goal by codifying a program that to screen specific types of U.S. investments in China and other countries of concern. It would protect our national security and help ensure that American ingenuity, innovation, and investment do not end up turbocharging these countries' advancements in fields like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and microelectronics. I commend Senators Cortez Masto and Cornyn for their leadership in this effort and look forward to working with my colleagues to get a version of this important legislation signed into law. Today's vote is an important bipartisan step to protect American innovation and safeguard our national security. I urge a yes vote.
Madam President,
Senator
this is an extremely important amendment which will protect America's interests, and I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote threshold in relation to the amendment Cornyn-Cortez Masto 3926.
Without objection. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Ready? Madam President,
Senator from Tennessee.
I call up my amendment number 3841 to substitute Amendment 3748 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
The Senator from Tennessee, Mr. Haggerty, for himself and Mr. Peters, proposes amendment number 3841 to amendment number 3748.
Madam President, I stand before you today to urge the adoption of the Haggerty-Peters amendment for the bipartisan Biosecure Act. The Biosecure Act is rooted in basic common sense. It would stop U.S. taxpayer money from going to Chinese biotechnology companies that are aligned with the People's Liberation Army, companies like BGI. The threat we face is real and it's growing. The Communist China has openly identified biotechnology as a key domain for future warfare. To cite just one chilling example, in 2017, National Defense University of the People's Liberation Army wrote about the possibility of, and I quote, specific, ethnic, genetic attacks that can, quote, be a precise, targeted attack, get this, that destroys a race or a specific group of people or a specific person. This is bone-chilling, this is real, and this is the objective of the CCP and the PLA through this DNA data collection. The Chinese military entity added that, quote, its potentially huge war effectiveness can bring extreme panic to human beings. Of course it would. That's not science fiction. That's a PLA strategy document. And companies like BGI, one of the so-called national champions of Chinese biotech, are in position to facilitate what was once heretofore unthinkable, a genetically targeted bioweapon. Evidence suggests that BGI is working with China's military to conduct joint research. It's using the Chinese military supercomputers to process biodata. And it's collaborating with Chinese military hospitals to genetically enhance the performance of Chinese soldiers. Can you believe this? Under China's national intelligence laws, all Chinese companies, regardless of where they operate in the world, must turn over any data that they've collected if the Chinese government wants it. And given the stated interest of the PLA in bioweapons, you can be sure that they'll be interested in the genetic data of Americans. Make no mistake, BGI and companies like it are not just commercial actors. They're tools of the CCP, collecting, storing, and analyzing DNA for millions of people worldwide, including the genetic data of Americans that they collect, very often without informed consent. That's why the Department of War has already singled out BGI on its list of communist companies that operate in the United States and that collaborate with the People's Liberation Army. The solution is simple. The Biosecure Act stops U.S. taxpayer money from flowing to biotechnology companies of concern. It ensures the federal government cannot buy from, contract with, nor subsidize CCP-controlled biotech firms that put at risk the DNA of American citizens and the security of the United States. It gives industry an adjustment period when new entities are designated as biotechnology companies of concern, and it provides limited waiver authority where absolutely necessary on a case-by-case basis. Madam President, just last month, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin were overheard talking about biotechnology, organ transplants, and even the possibility of extending life to 150 years. They know what's at stake. We must acknowledge it too. This amendment is about protecting Americans' most personal information, their DNA. I urge my colleagues to support it.
Madam President.
Senator from Mississippi.
I commend Senator Hagerty, and Senator Peters is not on the floor right now, but I also commend him for his leadership on this amendment, which should pass overwhelmingly. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote threshold in relation to the Hagerty-Peters Amendment 3841.
Without objection, the question is on the motion. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam President,
Democratic Leader.
I call up my Amendment 3109 to Amendment 3748 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes for himself and others Amendment number 3109 to Amendment number 3748.
Madam President, back in May, President Trump accepted the largest foreign gift to an American president in modern history, a $400 million luxury Boeing 747 for use as Air Force One. It's outrageous that President Trump wants to fly around the world like a king while Americans are getting hammered by tariffs, paying more for health care, groceries, rents, electricity. Some say this plane was gifted and it didn't cost the U.S. anything, but make no mistake about it. Merely retrofitting this foreign-owned luxury jet to make it fully operational will cost hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. That's money that shouldn't be wasted. So today I have an amendment that will make sure not a penny of taxpayer dollars provided in this NDAA will go to any remodeling or maintenance of the President's foreign-owned Air Force One. It would prohibit funds authorized by this bill from being diverted for procurement, modification, restoration, or maintenance of an aircraft previously owned by a foreign government for the purpose of providing a presidential airlift. And it would ensure the security and continued liability of the Air Force One fleet. Republicans like to talk about eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. Spending even a penny of taxpayer dollars on retrofitting this luxury is about as wasteful as it gets. I urge my Republican colleagues who care about spending taxpayer dollars responsibly to support this amendment. Yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to this amendment because it would have a significant negative effects on our U.S. nuclear deterrent. In addition to the obvious jab at President Trump, the way the amendment is drafted would affect one of our military's most important programs, the Survivable Air Operations Center, otherwise known as the Doomsday Plane. This aircraft program is crucial to ensuring command and control for the President if we are attacked with nuclear weapons. It is an important part of our nuclear deterrent. The program purchased a Boeing 747 aircraft from Korean Air, and thus this program would be unable to spend appropriated money this year if this amendment passes. For those reasons, I urge a no vote.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I got you both. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Murphy. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Got you both. I got you. Mr. Husted. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. McCormick. Thank you. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. No. Sir, thank you. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville, and Young. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. I'll get him. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Moran, no. Who's out? Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 50. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 3872 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen, proposes an amendment number 3872 to amendment number 3748.
Madam President, this amendment says that the governor of one state may not deploy its National Guard to another state without the consent of the governor of the recipient state. As the Republican governor of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt, said today, and I quote, "As a Federalist believer, one governor against another governor, I don't think that's the right way to approach this," unquote. I agree, and it's worth noting that Governor Stitt is the current governor, chairman of the National Governors Association. Voluntary cooperation is one thing, but I don't think any of my colleagues would appreciate it if the governor of Maryland used federal dollar-supported National Guard troops in Maryland to deploy to any of your states without the consent of your state. That is the principle behind this amendment, and I urge its adoption.
Madam President.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam President. One thing that my friend did not mention is this would also affect Washington, D.C. And for that and other reasons, I oppose this amendment as it would weaken federal authority over the D.C. National Guard and hinder its ability to respond to a crisis. Cooperation with the mayor of D.C. is valuable, but collaboration does not require granting the mayor commander-in-chief powers over a federal military force. The president must retain that authority to ensure unity of command and a rapid, coordinated federal response when it's needed most. And with that, Madam President, I'd ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
So it's easier if it's with
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker.
Everybody's okay with it?
Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Ms. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cassidy, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Staines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lemus, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 50. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President.
Senator from Illinois.
Madam President, I call up my Amendment 3210 to Amendment 3748 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, proposes amendment number 3210 to amendment number 3748.
Thank you. In the last few months, Madam President, we've seen President Trump force military troops uninvited into American cities, first into Los Angeles, then our nation's capital, and now into Chicago. Let's be clear, ordering our troops to intimidate the very Americans they were willing to risk their lives to protect does nothing to make our nation stronger. It is just another move straight out of the authoritarian 101 playbook. Can I have order in the chamber?
The Senate will come to order.
A move that tramples on civil rights, instills fear among Americans of our heroes in uniform, and distracts our troops from their core mission of keeping America safe from the actual adversaries who wish to do us harm. Our National Guardsmen signed up to serve and protect this country, not to protect one man's thin skin. That is why today I am introducing a provision that would reduce misuse of the military for non-military purposes. It would install common sense congressional oversight by requiring Congress approve any redirection of expensive military assets to support law enforcement for longer than 30 days. This is essential to protect against civil rights abuse, including using military bases for detentions or providing DoD surveillance equipment to support policing on U.S. soil. To be clear, my provision would allow states facing reasonable crises that overwhelm their capacities, from natural disasters to public health emergencies, to benefit from a surge in military logistical support for a month. But it would also help ensure that Americans' elected representatives, not a wannabe dictator, get to decide whether burning military readiness in this way merits such extraordinary measures. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle care about respecting our troops as much as they claim to, they have no choice but to join me in voting yes.
Madam President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, protecting the American people and their property is fundamental to the government. In fact, it's a core principle and responsibility of the federal government. And I see no need or any good reason to remove the tools that the President has to do exactly that, to protect people and property. Use of our military to support, not to become law enforcement, but to support local law enforcement is legal. President Trump has proven it can be effective. And I think that just because you don't like the current president is not a reason to make dramatic changes to the laws to restrict him from doing the very thing he promised he'd do when he ran for the office. And I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Reed. Thank you. Sure. Stockworth. Gotcha. Where? Shots? I'll get him. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Merkley. Sir. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Okay, wait. Yeah, there's too many. They gotta hold on. Mr. Booker. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. I did not, thank you. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. I got you. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Gotcha. Thank you. I got you. Yep. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Where? Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Coons? Aye. Mr. Bozeman? No. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Mr. Hoven? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 52. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Senator from Indiana.
I call up my amendment number 3337 to amendment number 3748 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Indiana for Mr. Kane and himself proposes an amendment number 3337 to amendment number 3748.
Madam President, the Iraq War started 22 years ago. The Gulf War, 34 years ago. Today, Iraq is a partner, not an adversary, and it's time for the law to reflect that. DOD has assured Congress that operations can continue without these expired AUMFs. Our amendment does not implicate the 2001 AUMF, which is critical to ongoing operations. Both chambers have passed this same repeal before on a bipartisan basis. The House included it in its NDAA this year. Let's do the same here in the Senate and close the book on these forever wars. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Madam President,
I'd like to consent to just speak for a minute.
Without objection.
Madam President, I want to thank my colleague, Senator Young, and I have worked on this for a number of years. As he mentioned, the first Gulf War started in 1991, the second Gulf War in 2002, and it was over in 2011, 14 years ago. Last week, the Pentagon issued a statement about the drawdown of U.S. troops in Iraq, and this was the statement from the Pentagon. This reduction reflects our continued success in fighting ISIS and marks an effort to transition to a lasting U.S.-Iraq security partnership, an adversary to a partner beating a sword into a plowshare. Both houses have voted to repeal this war, and it's time that we take this action. This will be the first congressional repeal of a war authorization since the Gulf of Tonkin in 1971. I ask for a yes vote.
Madam President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Madam President, I intend to vote against this. I think keeping this AUMF actually would help us assure continued success. I think I see how the wind is blowing, and I will consent to a voice vote. So I ask, understanding that that is the sentiment of the body, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote threshold in relation to the amendment 3337.
Is there objection? Without objection. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
That's it.
Senator from Vermont.
Ask for order, please.
Senator will come to order.
Madam President,
Madam,
one moment. I'll ask the Senate to
the
come
Senate
to
is
order.
not in order. We're very close to wrapping this bill up. So I would reiterate
Thank you, Senator
that
Wicker.
the Senate is not
Senate will
in
come
order.
to order, and I'll turn it to the Senator from Vermont.
thank you very much. I call up my amendment number 3853 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, proposes an amendment number 3853 to amendment number 3748.
Madam President, amendment number 3853 is very simple. It would cut 10% from this defense bill, excluding military personnel and the Defense Health Program, and it would use those funds to provide direct dental care to all veterans eligible for health care from the VA. Madam President, we're now spending over $1 trillion a year on the military, more than the next 9 nations combined. And while Congress has cut funding for housing, education, nutrition, this bill increases military spending by over 8%. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is the only major federal agency not capable of passing an independent audit, and nobody denies that there is not massive waste, fraud, and abuse within the DOD. As the former chair of the Veterans Committee, I agree with all of the major veterans organizations that we have got to strengthen VA health care. And one of the gaps in that system is a lack of dental care. We got veterans whose teeth are rotting in their mouths. They cannot get dental care. So I think we should get our priorities right. Let's cut a very large, and I think military budget, spending much too much. Let's protect our veterans. Let's pass this amendment. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
Madam President, our military budget's already carefully balanced. It's based on our national security priorities. Indiscriminate cuts contemplated in this amendment would undercut our readiness. I ask for a no vote.
On the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Sanders, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Duckworth, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lankford, Lujan, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schatz, Schiff, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Slotkin, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warnock, Wicker, Young. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? No. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Crapo, no. I do. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Tony. Mr. Mullen, no.
Can't read. On this vote, the yeas are 10. The nays are 88. The 60 vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Senator from Oregon.
I call up Amendment 3927 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment number 3927 to amendment number 3748.
Senate will come to order, please.
Colleagues, back in 2021 in the NDAA, we had a clause that said federal military and police who are responding to a civil disturbance need to wear visible identification, including an individual identifier, which could in fact be a number or a name, and the name of the armed services. But there's 3 points of confusion that exist in this 2021 law. The first is what is included in civil disturbance. So this amendment clarifies that it includes crowd and riot control and arrests at protests and demonstrations. Second of all, what about security contractors that serve the federal police or federal services? It says, yes, those are covered. And third, that when you are going to a civil disturbance in support of the federal government, it also includes whether you're going in support of local police to clarify that distinction. That's all it is, 3 simple things, and it's so important to engender trust in America that we have this type of basic provision, but clarified so we understand exactly when it applies. I reserve the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the amendment, but let me explain why. During the discussions in our Armed Services Committee, we recognized that there was an issue that Republicans and Democrats both agreed on. Senator Duckworth offered a bipartisan amendment that specifically addressed this particular issue. It requires members of the armed services to wear their name tag, with one exception that Senator Merkley's does not address appropriately, we believe, and that is the issue of a riot. In the case of a riot, we decided that it was not appropriate to require these young men and women to wear that name tag. They still have to have their uniforms on, but they don't have to wear a name tag during that time period. It's a good bipartisan amendment. It is already found within the body of this bill. I would rise in opposition to the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Let me just note that that provision now creates a conflict with the 2021 law that does require an individual identifier. And so this amendment resolves that conflict, ensures there's trust by having that trust-building name or number on the uniform as well. I encourage and I vote.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Kelly. Scott. Thank you. Wait a minute. Ossoff, Reed, Klobuchar. Gotcha. Curtis. Graham. Haggerty. Young. McCormick. Haggerty. Graham. Thank you. White House. Gillibrand. Rosen. Thank you. Hassan. Kane. Thank you. Cassidy. Thank you. Schmidt. Schatz. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Blumenthal, thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. I got you, yeah. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, and Sullivan, okay. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Do you want to vote? Would you like to vote? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Warner. Thank you. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen. Thank you. Ms. Murkowski. Yeah. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Yeah. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Heidsmith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Oh. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Paul, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 50. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Senator from Mississippi.
I call up the amendments en bloc as provided by the previous order.
Under the previous order, the following amendments are called up en bloc, which the clerk will report by number.
The senator from Mississippi, Mr. Wicker, proposes amendments en bloc numbered 3340, 2928, 3355, 2952, 3376, 2971, 3405, 3039, 3435, 3136, 3439, 3156, 3489, 3351, 3703, 3530, 3732, 3557, 3788, 3570, 3799, 3601, 3810, 3712, 3811, 3724, 3813, 3751, 3823, 3818, 3702, 3825, 3842, 3834, 3890, 2979, 3272, 3742, 3901, 3819, 3899, 3888, 3880, 3015, 3753, 3826, 3728, and 3928.
Question occurs on the amendments en bloc.
On the en bloc, I suggest a voice vote.
Question occurs on the amendments en bloc. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendments en bloc are agreed to. Under the previous order, the Thune amendment and motion are withdrawn. Amendment number 3427 is agreed to, and the substitute amendment, number 3748, as modified and amendment, is agreed to. The bill as amendment is considered read a third time. The question occurs on the passage of the bill as amended. There's sufficient second. There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper.
Alice is included in.
Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly,
Because I've got a few good ones, so.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Banks, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lee, Lujan, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Slotkin, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Warner, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Kim, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, Welch, Wyden.
On this vote, the yeas are 77 and the nays are 20. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
I am delighted that this body has passed the 2026 National Defense Authorization Act with such an overwhelming vote. At the outset, let me thank the dozens of staff members who have made this possible. And I know that my friend and colleague, the ranking member, will also express his appreciation to a very hardworking and capable and intelligent list. But let me name my staff specifically, and it's going to take a while to thank them all. Adam Barker, Christina Belcourt, Levi Brunt, Cody Emerson, Marty Fromuth, Megan Galindo, Isaac Jalkanen, Lauren Johnson, Katie Karam, Greg Lilly, Eric Lofgren, Katie Magnus, Jonathan Moore, Katie Romaine, Mike Tokar, Eric Traeger, Adam Troll, Mike Urena, Dave Vasquez, Terry Miller, Emily Yetter, Dan Hillenbrand, Beth Spivey, Ryan Bates, Jonathan Bowen, Leah Brewer, Luke Cheney, Mike Gerhart, Anna Given, Meredith Gravette, Madeline Gunther, Brad Patu, Rick Berger, Brendan Gavin, and John Keast. And it's possible that I've left some out, but I really do owe a debt of gratitude, and so does my friend Senator Reid, to both staffs on both sides of the aisle for all of the technical work and advice in making this work. I would remind those listening that this bill passed the committee 26-1. That was an overwhelming, positive, and speedy passage that is designed to send a clear message. We agree that we're not where we need to be, and this bill helps us close the gap, and it does so by focusing on two themes: rebuilding, but also reforming, and we really need the reform part. This bill includes $924.7 billion as a top line. This is an increase, and it is needed. It recognizes the urgent need to rebuild our military systems, technologies, and hardware. We also adopted the most significant acquisition reform proposal in decades. And let me give members one example of this. In just a single provision of the bill that we've now passed, we repealed 86 outdated or unnecessary acquisition policies. American innovators are developing the technologies that can dominate the battlefields of the 21st century. The forged proposal in this National Defense Authorization Act taps into that talent. This bill was member-driven, both in the committee and on the floor. Our committee approved 985 items that were led by individual senators in this body. Our September substitute amendment contained 49 amendments, 20 from Republicans, 20 from Democrats, and 9 that were bipartisan. Second manager's package was included today, including another 47 amendments. Again, bipartisan. And today we took 14 roll call votes. And because we're so united and joined together to make a strong voice for national defense, we took 9 voice votes. I don't know when we've done that, but I think it sends a strong message, and I hope it does. Altogether, 1,098 member items. This is what collaborative bipartisan legislation looks like, and in highly charged partisan times, this ought to be refreshing news to the American people. My friend Jack Reed is a veteran of military service, and he's a veteran of this Congress, and is a capable partner who works shoulder to shoulder with me on the Armed Services Committee. I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart for his cooperation and diligence in actually getting this bill brought to the floor. The fact that we were able to finish about 9 o'clock tonight is a testament to that, because earlier today we really did not know around noon if we'd be able to come to a consensus. So, so much negotiation and so much give and take has taken place so that we could get on the floor and make a strong statement and send a strong message. It amplifies the voices of senators in this body as we begin to conference with our House colleagues. We're not where we need to be. This doesn't get us everywhere we need to be, but it moves us along the way toward reform and an increase in a realization that we live in the most dangerous world that we've seen in decades. So I yield the floor with gratitude and thanks to my friend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
First, I would like to commend Chairman Wicker, whose leadership was absolutely essential to reaching this moment. He too is a veteran. He too understands the needs of our men and women in uniform. And he also recognizes and has contributed significantly with his Forge Act, which has set a new standard for acquisition. We have got to get it through the conference, but I'm sure we will. The hallmark of the Senate Armed Services Committee has long been bipartisanship, and I'm glad, with the leadership of Chairman Wicker, we've continued this tradition for the 65th consecutive year. I'd also like to thank my colleagues on the Armed Services Committee who helped produce this bill. We were able to adopt, as the chairman indicated, hundreds of amendments during the committee market, and I'm glad with bipartisan cooperation this evening, we adopted dozens more. This is strong, forward-looking legislation that we can all be very proud of. I'm confident it will provide the Department of Defense and our military men and women with the resources they need to meet and overcome the national security threats that we face in a very, very challenging world. I, too, would like to take this opportunity to recognize the phenomenal staff who have made this bill possible. I want to specifically recognize the director of the Democratic staff, Elizabeth King, and the director of the Republican staff, John Keats, and they have led their staffs, and they've worked together with utmost professionalism. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank those staffers on the Democratic side. The chairman has rightfully identified his staff members. Jody Bennett, Carolyn Tudor, John Clark, Jenny Davis, Jonathan Epstein, Jory Feldman, Kevin Gates, Creighton Green, Gary Leland, Maggie McNamara Cooper, Mike Nobley, Chad Johnston, John Quirk, Andy Scott, Cole Stevens, Meredith Werner, Isabel Picciotti, Brittany Amador, Sophia Kamali, and Noah Sis. Also, let me thank the floor staff and the leadership staff. You've been part of this process for the last several weeks, and you've done a remarkable job. We thank you for that very, very much. Mr. President, this is a good moment. Now on to the next moment. With that, I would yield the floor.
Senator from North Dakota.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions which were submitted earlier today. S. Res. 446, 250th Navy birthday. S. Resolution 447, Ataxia Awareness Day. Senate Resolution 448, Energy Efficiency Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committees be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 337.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 337, recognizing the 250th anniversary of the Postal Service of the United States.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I know of no further debate on the measure.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
I ask
The
unanimous.
resolution is agreed to.
I ask unanimous consent that the preamble be agreed to and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S. 2283 and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S. 2283, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 201 West Oklahoma Avenue in Guthrie, Oklahoma, as the Oscar J. Upham Post Office.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 151S1440.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 151 S1440, a bill to amend Title II of the Public Health Service Act, and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 157 S1728.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 157 S1728, a bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill, as amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 158 S2403.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 158 S2403, a bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn to then convene for pro forma session only, with no business being conducted on Friday, October 10th at 11:30 a.m. Further, when the Senate adjourns on Friday, October 10th, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Tuesday, October 14th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to motion to proceed to H.R. 5371 ripen at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 11:30 a.m. tomorrow.